Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control, Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Right now we are following NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission as they are on their way to return back home and splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is scheduled for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew 9 is on their way to splash down off the coast of Florida. They're going through a 17-hour phasing period at the moment after undocking from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time this morning from the Zenith port on the space-facing side of the Harmony module. Prior to departing the International Space Station, they had a quick handover period, a direct handover period with NASA's SpaceX Crew 10, who just arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend. This handover included science, technology, and procedures to prepare for Crew 9's departure from the orbiting laboratory. NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, at the time of the splashdown later this afternoon, will have spent 9.5 months during their mission, and Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov will have spent almost 6 months during their mission. Suni and Butch traveled approximately 121 million statute miles, and Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov traveled 73 million. At this time, we have gone through about 8 burns, and these burns are ultimately paving the path for Dragon Freedom to splash down successfully off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station takes Dragon above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory, and these are a series of maneuvers known as burns, or departure burns, that Freedom will swing around the space station and put it on a trajectory that will ultimately lead to a splashdown. The next burn isn't going to happen for another about 11 hours or so. That's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes or so before splashdown. This deorbit burn will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, and this will allow for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown for the Crew 9 crew. Once they have splashed down off the coast of Florida, the U.S. Navy will retrieve the Crew 9 crew and hoist the Dragon Freedom on top of the naval ship and egress the crew safely. And after that, the crew will be assessed by medical doctors and will return back home to Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where they'll return with their family and friends. This was the third spaceflight for Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Nick Hague, and the first for Alexander Gorbanov. During this long-duration mission to the International Space Station, the Crew 9 crew saw the arrival of 8 visiting vehicles. That includes 5 resupply missions, 2 commercial crews, that was NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 and Crew 9, as well as 1 Soyuz mission carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit. They also saw the departure of 8 visiting vehicles, including 5 resupply missions as well, Starliner and NASA's SpaceX Crew 8, as well as 1 Soyuz mission carrying NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. Crew 9 spent months aboard the International Space Station completing science experiments and technological demonstrations to help benefit us back here on Earth, as well as prepare for future missions as we travel further beyond low Earth orbit. While aboard the space station, Crew 9, as well as the rest of the expedition's 72 crew members, partook in quite a few science experiments, some of which include testing these exercise devices to keep humans healthy aboard the International Space Station, growing plants, swabbing the exterior of the International Space Station for microorganisms to determine if any microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which ones survive. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also installed patches during a spacewalk to repair damage to thermal shields that block out sunlight while allowing X-rays to pass through. Again, NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 is currently in their sleep period aboard Dragon Freedom, and they are on their way to splash down off the coast of Florida this afternoon. We have gone through about 8 burns out of 10, and are expecting our next burn, the deorbit burn, in about 10 hours and 47 minutes from now. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown, and we will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We're here in Mission Control Houston providing mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission as they make their way home and approach Earth and are fixing to splash down later this evening. Splashdown is set for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. After NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend, they completed a direct handover with Crew 9, and that included science, technology, and procedures to prepare for their departure from the orbiting laboratory. They did undock from the International Space Station this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time, and they undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit humanity back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further beyond low Earth orbit, to the Moon, and eventually Mars. At the moment, the Crew 9 crew is currently off duty in their sleep period aboard Dragon Freedom. They have been flying for about 6 hours or so since undocking and are in a 17-hour phasing period until they splash down again off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Over the last 6 hours, Dragon Freedom has undergone about 8 burns total. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station took Freedom above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers that are known as departure burns. Freedom swung below the space station on a trajectory that will prepare Freedom for the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is about a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver. This is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes before splashdown later this afternoon. This maneuver will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. After that, we can expect to see a parachute-assisted splashdown of the Crew 9 crew as they make their way back to Earth. On board the Crew 9 crew, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days, about 9.5 months. And Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had 171 days, almost 6 months. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams launched on the Boeing Crew Flight Test on June 5, 2024 from Space Launch Complex 41 on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Sonny with Nick Hague and Alex Gorbanov as a part of the Crew 9 mission. NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission lifted off from the Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. This marks the first time a human spaceflight mission has launched from that pad. At the end of the mission, Wilmore and Williams will have a mission duration of 286 days, and Hague and Gorbanov will have spent 171 days in space. Of course, the Crew 9 quartet conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations aboard the orbiting laboratory, some of which include testing exercise devices that will help keep humans healthy during spaceflight. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also processed samples for Anthrospira C, an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae above the International Space Station. These organisms could conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew members into oxygen, helping maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft. During a recent spacewalk, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore also swabbed the exterior of the International Space Station for external microorganisms, an investigation exploring whether microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which one survives. Humans carry microorganisms with them wherever they go, and this investigation could help scientists take steps to limit microbial spread to places like the Moon and to Mars. Crew 9 did some exercising while on the International Space Station to prevent bone mass loss. They even wore biomonitor vests and headbands that contain sensors to collect data such as heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, and temperature. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore also worked with hardware for a study that tests 3D printing of an implantable medical device that could facilitate recovery from peripheral nerve damage, a type of injury that can cause sensory and motor issues. In microgravity, this manufacturing technique produces higher quality devices that may perform better, benefiting the crew members on future long-duration missions and patients back here on Earth. These, of course, are just a few of the hundreds of hours of scientific experiments that Crew 9 completed during their stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. Pretty impressive. While the crew is in their sleep period at the moment, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage throughout re-entry and splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. We will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of that re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. live from the International Space Station. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Mission Control, Houston, providing you live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is scheduled for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov undocked from the International Space Station this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time from the Zenith port, or the space-facing port, of the Harmony module. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled 121 million statute miles during their 9.5-month stay on the International Space Station, as well as almost 5,000 orbits of the Earth. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov traveled about 73 million statute miles and almost 3,000 orbits of the Earth during their 6-month stay. Since undocking about 6 hours ago, Dragon Freedom and the crew have undergone about 8 burns, departure burns and departure phasing burns, that have ultimately put Dragon on the right path to splash down this afternoon off the coast of Florida. The departure phase burns put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prepare for deorbit burn later this afternoon, right before splashdown. That deorbit burn is coming up in about 10 hours or so. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station took the Dragon spacecraft around the International Space Station and through a series of maneuvers that ultimately put Dragon on the correct trajectory for the deorbit burn and ultimate splashdown and parachute-assisted landing later this afternoon. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, have been monitoring the Dragon spacecraft carrying the crew as they are making their way home. Before departing the International Space Station, Crew 9 welcomed NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 to the orbiting laboratory as they completed a few handover items such as science, procedures, technology, and more, before Crew 9 took off from the International Space Station and made their transit into low Earth orbit and soon to be off the coast of Florida, right back home on Earth. Crew 9 also saw the arrival of approximately 8 visiting vehicles and the departure of 8 visiting vehicles, including 10 resupply missions, 4 commercial crew missions, and 2 Soyuz missions carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. The crew is flying aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Freedom, which is making its 4th flight. It has previously flown NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 and the private astronaut missions Axiom Mission 2 and Mission 3. Again, that deorbit burn is scheduled for about 9 hours and 50 minutes from now. We are in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time for coverage of reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to monitor the progress and the return of Crew 9, including NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The cadre of astronauts and cosmonauts departed the International Space Station yesterday evening at 10:05 p.m. Central Time with the hatch closure and farewell ceremonies before the undocking command was given, and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft would depart the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. Since then, the Dragon has executed a series of departure burns to put them on the proper trajectory to bring them back home to Earth, and then now the crew in an off-duty period getting some rest before deorbit activities. The deorbit burn that'll bring Dragon on that trajectory back home to Earth will occur later on this afternoon, currently scheduled for 4:11 p.m. Central Time, with an anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida at 4:57 Central Time. We will continue live audio coverage throughout until we pick back up with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time on NASA Plus, the agency's website, and social media channels. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to a splashdown off the coast of Florida, completing their multi-month mission to the International Space Station. Crew 9, consisting of Commander and Pilot Nick Hague and NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would have closing ceremonies and the hatch closure of their Dragon Freedom spacecraft from the orbiting laboratory yesterday evening at 10:05 p.m. Central Time was the hatch closure, and the formal undocking, separating Freedom from the space station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. The crew is underway in that 17-hour phasing period and in an off-duty time right now, catching some rest before deorbit activities will get underway. And for deorbit and bringing the Freedom spacecraft back home after their multi-month stay above the International Space Station, scheduled for later this afternoon with an anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who launched back in June of 2024, they will wrap up at the time of splashdown a mission duration of 286 days in their extended stay above the International Space Station, and that would include over 4,500 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. They are joining Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, who launched to the orbiting laboratory back in late September for a 6-month stay, and at the time of splashdown, they will have completed 171 days in outer space and 2,736 orbits of Earth for just over 72 million statute miles. For this Crew 9 team boarding the SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft, as we mentioned, that would launch with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov back in late September, and at the time it was the 9th crew rotation mission to the International Space Station, and also would be the first SpaceX crewed flight that would launch from Space Launch Complex 40. And for a period, both Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov would also join up with the team of the Soyuz MS-26 team, including NASA astronaut Don Pettit and the commander of Expedition 72 in the International Space Station, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner. And only a few days ago, over the weekend, Crew 10 would join as they would launch on March 14th, and have just been on station a little over 3 days from now. For Crew 10, led by commander of that crew and Ann McClain, first-time flyer Nicole Ayers to the International Space Station, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov would join the team above the International Space Station. And after a brief handover period between Crew 9 and Crew 10, that would pave the way for Crew 9's return, as again they would undock earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern, and are currently in a rest period of their 17-hour phasing, and will begin deorbit procedures a little bit later on this afternoon with the anticipated splashdown of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We will continue with our mission audio coverage here on the NASA agency website and social channels, and with NASA Plus production will pick back up at 3:45 p.m. Central Time at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can also follow on the agency's website and social media channels as well. Until then, we will continue providing mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown on all things NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown off the coast of Florida later this evening. Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov have completed their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station and are en route to return to Earth with the anticipated splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The four astronauts and cosmonaut would get together for final farewells and a hatch closure at 10:05 p.m. Central Time last night and would formally undock from the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. The crew is currently in an off-duty period, getting some much-needed rest ahead of deorbit activities. And over that 17-hour phasing period, they would execute a series of undocking and departure burns that would put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory to return to the Earth's surface, and again splashing down off the coast of Florida later on this evening. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who would launch on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June, they are wrapping up a 9.5-month stay aboard the International Space Station that would span 286 days at the time of the anticipated splashdown, and that would accumulate to over 121 million statute miles. For Sonny Williams, 286 days on her third flight in total, and now for her career, 608 days in space, the second most by an American astronaut. The only one ahead of her is Peggy Whitson at 675 days. Williams would also conduct 2 EVAs outside of the orbiting laboratory in her time aboard International Space Station, and has now conducted 9 EVAs in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the fourth most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Butch Wilmore, who joined her on that Boeing Starliner launch back in June on top of a ULA rocket, his 286 days in space on his third space flight is coming to a close, and now, at the time of splashdown, will have a career total of 464 days in microgravity. Wilmore would conduct 1 EVA in his time aboard the International Space Station, along with Williams, and has now conducted 5 in his career for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Commander Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, they would join with Crew 9 back in late September and would dock to the International Space Station on September 29th. They will wrap up 171 days in microgravity, completing a 6-month duration aboard the International Space Station. For Nick Hague, this is his third space flight and will have a total of 374 days in space upon splashdown, and he also would conduct 1 EVA in his time as a part of Expedition 72, and has conducted 4 EVAs in his career for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. For Alexander Gorbanov, this was his first flight in microgravity into the International Space Station, rounding out 171 days for him in space. As I mentioned, the crew currently in an off-duty period, resting up ahead of a deorbit burn and the final burns of the journey, and that would put them on a trajectory towards splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Now that deorbit burn is still a little while away, a little less than 9 hours from now, and we're splashdown, the anticipated splashdown time, about 9.5 hours from now. We are currently in mission audio coverage, and we'll be live on NASA Plus and the agency's website, as well as the social media channels, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll cover all things reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center, as we continue to bring you audio-only coverage of the NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their return to Earth after they mark a long-duration journey to the International Space Station. NASA astronauts and commander of Crew 9 Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, completing their long-duration stay. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, 9.5 months after launching back in early June, and for Hague and Gorbanov, a 6-month stay above the orbiting laboratory as they would launch to the station back in late September. For Williams and Wilmore, their mission duration 286 days upon the anticipated splashdown time later on this evening. As for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would wrap up a mission duration of 171 days. The crew currently in the middle of the 17-hour phasing period after undocking from the International Space Station back at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. They then went through a sequence of departure burns to separate their Dragon Freedom spacecraft away from the orbiting laboratory and begin their journey home. The deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom scheduled later on this afternoon, just after 4 o'clock Central Time, with the anticipated splashdown at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Here inside the International Flight Control Room, they are going through a brief handover period as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams currently exchanging information and beginning that handover period, much as did Crew 9 and Crew 10, as they would complete a brief handover period with the arrival of Crew 10 and Commander Ann McLean, first-time flyer Nicole Ayers, Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov, Onishi of JAXA and Peskov of Roscosmos. And that would open up the door for Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov to make preparations and return home. We will continue with our mission audio-only coverage through the early moments of this afternoon, and then we will switch over to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for the full coverage of re-entry and splashdown. The crew aboard SpaceX Dragon currently in an off-duty period, getting some much-needed rest before deorbit activities. And they will wake up and get back to work a little bit later on this morning. As for the crew aboard the International Space Station, which they would depart, leaving NASA astronaut Don Pettit, Roscosmos cosmonaut and the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner, along with McLean, Ayers, Onishi, and Peskov. We will continue with that live mission audio coverage through the resumption of the NASA Plus at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, and again the anticipated splashdown of Crew 9 off the Gulf Coast of Florida at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. Till then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live from the Johnson Space Center in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to provide audio-only coverage of the phasing and return of Crew 9 and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft after completing their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. The teams here inside the Flight Control Room have just completed a handover period, and the Mosaic flight team, led by Fiona Antkowiak, has now taken over and have reported out all teams with their updates, including that the Dragon Freedom is in a nominal and good trajectory as they continue their phasing and return to Earth. It is a part of a 17-hour phasing process from undocking to the anticipated splashdown time, the undocking of Crew 9, which includes Commander Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. They would board the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and undock at 12:05 a.m. Central Time and begin that 17-hour phasing portion that included a sequence of undocking and departure burns that would put them on that nominal trajectory that was reported out just a few moments ago, with the anticipated splashdown of the Crew 9 team off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, Hague has mentioned that the commander of Crew 9, he and Gorbanov would launch the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete a mission of 171 days aboard station. And with Nick Hague, he will wrap up his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, and in his time there would complete one EVA. For Butch Milmore and Sonny Williams, it was an extended stay for them aboard the station after launching back in June aboard the Boeing Starliner, and upon splashdown they will wrap up 286 days aboard the orbiting outpost. For both Wilmore and Williams, completing their third flights, and for Butch Wilmore, their 286 days adding to his career total of 464 in microgravity, and he would also complete one EVA in this current mission as a part of Expedition 72, and that would add to 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, she would perform 2 EVAs as a part of Expedition 72, US EVA 91 and 92, and that would up her total to now 9 in her career. And for that time, of a career total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. The crew currently aboard Dragon Freedom are in an off-duty period. They will awake and begin deorbit prep, in addition to a prop wasting burn that will occur all before the deorbit burn can occur. And then that would lead them en route to that splashdown time, again, of 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew aboard the International Space Station, they are wrapping up their workday and about to wind things down and begin their rest period as the handover here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room begins to wrap up. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage of the phasing and return of Crew 9 to Earth throughout the morning and evening here in Houston, Texas, and then we will resume NASA Plus coverage that will take us through re-entry and splashdown of Crew 9, and that'll be on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And with that, we'll continue with our audio-only coverage. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to monitor the phasing and the journey of Crew 9 as they have undocked successfully from the International Space Station and are en route to their return to Earth. Crew 9 consisting of Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, alongside Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos, successfully undocked from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning, and have executed a sequence of burns and are now in an off-duty period in preparation for deorbit commands and the eventual return and splashdown to Earth. And that splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee, currently scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage until NASA Plus coverage will resume at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that will take you through re-entry and splashdown. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the cadre of Crew 9 members, they would launch the International Space Station back in late September and would dock and execute a mission of 171 days, about 6 months, aboard the orbiting laboratory, in which they would travel 72 million statute miles. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA, they would launch to the space station aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June and have an extended stay upon splashdown of 286 days in microgravity. And for them, that would include 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. For Hague, Williams, Wilmore, and Gorbanov, they would depart the Expedition 72 crew as back on station and part of Soyuz MS-26 team, and NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner. And then Crew 10, who recently just arrived to station a little more than 3 days ago, they would execute a brief handover period with Crew 9, and transitioning both the science and roles and operations to the Crew 10 team, as Anne McLean, the commander, Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, and Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos would take over those roles, and thus paving the way for Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov to return to Earth. We'll continue with our mission audio coverage until the NASA Plus coverage will pick back up, as well as on the agency's website and all social media channels. That again will begin at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and that'll cover re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage as NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 makes their way through a 17-hour phasing period to an eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. The Crew 9 team, consisting of Commander Nick Hague of NASA, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, also of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, have completed their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station and would have hatch closures and goodbye ceremonies yesterday evening, and then that would lead up to an undocking at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. The team is currently undergoing a 17-hour phasing period, and since undocking has executed a number of undocking and departure burns that would put them on the appropriate trajectory, and all nominal outputs so far from the Dragon Freedom spacecraft en route to what will eventually become the deorbit burn that will send them en route to a splashdown. That splashdown, as mentioned, off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, the anticipated time we will see, as well as 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew aboard the International Space Station, including Crew 9, the Expedition 72 crew overall, with Hague, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov now departing. Remaining on station are NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, and his Roscosmos cosmonaut colleague, Ivan Wagner. Crew 10 recently arrived to the International Space Station just this past weekend, docking on March 15th, and have been on station for just a little more than 3 days. But with their arrival, with Anne McLean as commander, Nicole Ayers as pilot, Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov joining him as mission specialist, they would embrace a brief handover period with the Crew 9 team, and they would hand over both science experiments and overall procedures aboard the International Space Station, and that would also pave the way for Crew 9 to allow for departure and the eventual splashdown. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, they would launch to the International Space Station back in early June, and it will, upon splashdown, wrap up a 9.5-month stay in microgravity and a mission duration of 286 days and over 4,500 orbits of Earth, resulting in over 121 million statute miles. For both Wilmore and Williams, they are completing their third space flight, and for Wilmore, now a career total of 464 days in space, and he would complete one EVA as a part of Expedition 72. That was US EVA number 92, and overall in his career now 5 EVAs. For Sonny Williams, she's also wrapping up her third flight in microgravity, her 286 days aboard this mission, 608 in her career. She would also participate in EVAs, 2 of them, US EVA 91 and 92, and now has conducted 9 EVAs in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. And that is 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, as a part of a Crew 9, would again launch to the International Space Station back in late September, completing 171 days in microgravity and a 6-month long-term duration aboard station, completing 2,736 orbits of Earth upon splashdown and over 72 million statute miles. For Nick Hague, this is his 3rd space flight and will now have a career total of 374 days in space, and he would conduct 1 EVA as part of Expedition 72. He and Williams were members of the US EVA number 91 back in the middle of January, and he has now conducted 4 EVAs in his career for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. For Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, he is completing his first ever flight to microgravity into the International Space Station, totaling 171 days. While aboard the orbiting laboratory, this team of Crew 9 would complete over 900 hours and over 150 unique science experiments, and now bringing that all back to a conclusion with the splashdown of the anticipated time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We'll continue with our mission audio only coverage up until 3:45 p.m. Central. That is when we will return to NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media for the live coverage of re-entry and splashdown. Again, that is 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll continue with updates up until then. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to splashdown off the coast of Florida. You are listening to live audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period and return to Earth, an eventual splashdown later on this evening. Hello from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the Crew 9 team of Nick Hague, commander and NASA astronaut, along with NASA's Barry Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov successfully undocked from the International Space Station, completing their long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. From there, they would go through a sequence of undocking and departure burns to set them on the appropriate trajectory to bring them closer to their return to Earth. For Williams and Wilmore, an extended stay aboard the International Space Station that, upon splashdown later on this evening, will put them at 286 days in microgravity. For Hague and Gorbanov, their 6-month duration resulted in 171 days upon completion. The crew aboard Dragon Freedom are wrapping up a rest period and getting some much-needed shut-eye before beginning deorbit procedures that'll get underway a little bit later on this afternoon. And the anticipated splashdown time is 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee. We will continue our mission audio coverage until we will resume NASA Plus coverage and live on the agency website and social media. That'll begin at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be live coverage as you can watch re-entry and splashdown for Crew 9. Now, this crew would, before undocking, undergo a brief handover period with the newly arrived Crew 10 team that consists of commander of that crew, Anne McClain, NASA astronaut, as well as Nicole Ayers, JAXA's Takuya Onishi, and Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos. And after that handover period was complete, that is what paved the way for the ability of Crew 9 to begin its journey on home. Now, aboard the International Space Station, Crew 9 was able to participate in over 900 hours and 150 unique science experiments aboard the orbiting laboratory, including stem cell technology that'll potentially address blood diseases, autoimmune disorders, and cancers. They also tested lighting systems to help astronauts maintain a circadian rhythm while aboard Space Station, which could also reveal ways to improve conditions for shift workers here on Earth in those extreme or remote environments. They would also work on plant growth and quality for support of future missions to the Moon and Mars. They would assist and load up JAXA's first wooden satellite and also collect swabs outside of the International Space Station during a spacewalk, US EVA 92, in which Bill Wilmore and Sonny Williams would exit out of the orbiting laboratory and collect samples from around the space station's exterior to study the survivability of potential microorganisms in space. And again, the Crew 9, this Dragon Freedom capsule that would launch the International Space Station back in late September, carrying Haig and Gorbanov. Their trajectory, everything at nominal so far, as they begin what will be the deorbit burn process a little bit later on this afternoon, en route to the splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they would launch to the space station aboard the Boeing Starliner spacecraft back in June and complete their 286 days in microgravity upon splashdown. For Wilmore and Williams, completing their third space flights each respectively. For Wilmore, his total career in space, 464 days. He would join Sonny Williams on an EVA, US EVA 92, as just mentioned, collecting those samples outside of the station, and now has 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, she would participate in 2 EVAs as a part of Expedition 72, and those 2 EVAs would add to her career total of now 9, and that brings her to an hour outside of the orbiting lab to 62 hours and 6 minutes in her career, 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they launched to the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete 171 days aboard the orbiting laboratory and in microgravity. For Hague, completing his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the International Space Station, and a career total now of 374 days, and would also participate in 1 EVA, that was EVA 91, joining Sonny Williams back in mid-January. And for Alexander Gorbanov, this was his first flight to microgravity and the International Space Station. The Roscosmos cosmonaut will complete his mission of 171 days. And again, we'll pick back up NASA Plus live coverage, as well as everything here on the social media channels and NASA.gov, the agency website. That'll all pick back up at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll have everything from re-entry to splashdown. And again, that splashdown anticipated at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, in the Gulf off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We'll continue with our audio-only coverage and all updates involving Crew 9's return to Earth throughout these same channels. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 and their return to Earth after a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. Hello from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the live audio coverage continues on after a successful undocking for the quartet of the Crew 9 team. That is Commander Nick Hague of NASA, along with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, also of NASA, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The undocking would occur at 12:05 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning. After their long-duration stay for Hague and Gorbanov, upon splashdown will be 171 days in space. For Wilmore and Williams, an extended stay aboard the International Space Station, and will complete 286 days. After undocking in the early morning hours, they would undergo a couple of undocking burns and 4 departure burns that would put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the appropriate trajectory in preparations for the deorbit burn coming up later this afternoon. The next burn on the timeline will be about 5 hours and 48 minutes from now, the prop waste burn, and that is to expend extra propellant inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and reduce mass to allow for the proper alignment of that craft to begin its deorbit burn and splashdown. Now, splashdown currently slated for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. And we'll pick back up the coverage live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at that time, starting with the coverage of re-entry and a splashdown. For Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they would launch the International Space Station in late September. For Hague, his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the space station, resulting in a career total now of 374 days in space. For Alexander Gorbanov, wrapping up his 1st flight in microgravity. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they would launch to the International Space Station back in June and would dock a day after and complete 286 days on orbit, and both of them wrapping up their 3rd space flights. For Wilmore completing 464 days in his career, and he would participate in 1 EVA aboard the Expedition 72 crew, and that was US EVA number 92, in which he would join Sonny Williams back on January 30th, and now has 5 EVAs in his career. For Sonny Williams, 3rd flight for her, and now totaling upon splashdown 608 days in space. She would participate in 2 EVAs, US EVA 91 and 92, in quick succession on January 16th and January 30th, joining Nick Hague for the 1st and Wilmore for the 2nd, and that would put her at 9 for her career, and a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most total by a woman. We'll continue with our audio coverage of all things in the return of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9, and we'll pick back up with the NASA Plus coverage and live coverage on the agency website and social media, again beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period en route to a splashdown off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of America near Tallahassee. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station after a long-duration mission, completing Crew 9 tasks as a part of Expedition 72. The undocking from the space station in their Dragon Freedom spacecraft occurred around at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and since then executed a series of undocking and departure burns to put them on the proper trajectory to return home to Earth. Anticipated splashdown time is 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll continue providing with live mission audio coverage up until 3:45 p.m. Central, and that is when NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as social media, will kick back up with live visual and audio coverage that will include re-entry and a splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Understand.
All right. Next, this should have been briefed before you went to sleep, but we do expect sparse TDRS coverage. This is going to be between 1523, that's 1523, and 1609. That is coming up in about 40 minutes. During that time, I recommend crew begin 4.700 and cabin stowage for deorbit prep. As part of that deorbit prep, we'll also need crew to stow temperature sensors per the tablet procedure 2.203, and we'll need you to report when complete. I'll take a pause here for any questions.
Questions make sense. We're going to have sparse teachers coverage 1723 to 1609. During that time, we'll kick off 4.700, including the temperature sensor stowage, and we'll let you know when those sensors are stowed.
All right, sounds good. Next, we are going to try and do the deorbit day PMC. We'd like to do it around 15:30. We have about 10 minutes of comm coverage available for that. So if crew desire, we can move that earlier if you want to do it earlier, or if you think more than 10 minutes is going to be required.
Be a short PMC, so we can stick to the 1730.
And correction there, it's 1530, 1530.
1530, gotcha.
All right, last, I'm going to ask that we try and perform our inventory report and stowage reports per section 1 of 4.700 at 1700. That's 1700 Zulu.
You want our inventory at 1700.
Yep, and then last item we're going to try fluid loading start per your timeline at 1705. And that concludes the morning briefing. Do you have any questions?
No questions. We'll make sure we start fluid loading for the timeline.
All right, sounds good. Next event then, I'll let you guys continue with your off-duty end and cabin configuration after waking up, but we'll plan for the PMC at 1530.
This is good.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where you just heard communications from SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, relaying up to NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team and Commander Nick Hague, as they have woken up from their off-duty period and will now prepare for the Dragon of Freedom spacecraft for deorbit preparations and performing inventory reports in anticipation of their continued phasing, deorbit burn, and anticipated splashdown in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee. That splashdown looking to occur at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew woke up just a few moments ago, and that crew, the quartet of Crew 9, including Nick Hague, who you heard on that communications, along with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams of NASA, and Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos. They would wake up on radio down to Dragon Communications in Hawthorne, and also had a nice welcome music to bring them on back of a coming home variety. So again, the team is awake inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft and preparing deorbit prep, along with inventory reports, fluid loading, and the like, in preparation for deorbit activities that will occur later on this afternoon. And the approximate splashdown time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, off the Gulf Coast of Florida near Tallahassee. We are in mission audio coverage, and we'll begin live on NASA Plus once again, as well as the agency's website and social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that'll provide coverage of re-entry and splashdown of the crew of Crew 9. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center, with live mission audio coverage as we continue to follow the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 from undocking to the anticipated splashdown later this evening and throughout their 17-hour phasing period. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander and NASA astronaut Nick Hague, alongside with NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, would depart the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, thus concluding their long-duration stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. They would then go into a sequence of undocking and departure burns to distance themselves from the neighborhood of the space station and put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft in the appropriate trajectory to begin deorbit procedures, and eventually the splashdown targeted for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. They do have one more burn to go. That is the prop waste burn. That will occur a little less than 5 hours from now, and that will disperse extra propellant inside the Dragon Freedom spacecraft to shed mass before preparing for deorbit. The Crew 9 team is awake. They woke up a couple of moments ago to some wake-up music from the teams in Hawthorne, California, and the SpaceX headquarters, and with their morning briefing, will begin deorbit preparations, performing inventory, fluid loading, and more as a part of their early morning tasks, and again, all in preparation for deorbit. Taking a closer look at the Crew 9 team, for Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. Hague, the commander of Crew 9, he and Gorbanov would launch the International Space Station back in late September, and upon splashdown will complete 171 days in space, and their mission specialists joining them in Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They would launch the International Space Station back in June as a part of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft mission, and will complete 286 days in microgravity. For Hague, he will be completing his third flight and second mission to the International Space Station, and will now, upon adding his 171 days aboard the space station and a part of the Expedition 72 crew, it will have 574 days in outer space for his career. He would participate in one EVA, that was US EVA number 91, in mid-January, and would now have a career total of 25 hours and 56 minutes over 4 career EVAs. For Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they are both completing their third flights and missions to the International Space Station. For Wilmore, his 286 days add to his career total of 464 days, and would participate in one EVA, US EVA 92, also in mid-January, and would now have 5 for his career. And for Butch Wilmore, those 5 totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. For Sonny Williams, wrapping up her third flight, 608 career days in space. Upon splashdown later this evening, she would participate in 2 EVAs during her time aboard the International Space Station and a part of the Expedition 72 crew, US EVAs 91 and 92. Those were on January 16th and January 30th, respectively, and now has 9 EVAs for her career, totaling 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most ever EVA time, and the most by a woman. So we will continue to provide audio updates on the progress of the Crew 9 Dragon Freedom spacecraft and their return to Earth after their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. And again, the anticipated splashdown time, 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We will pick back up with live NASA Plus coverage, as well as extended coverage on the agency's website, nasa.gov, and social media at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that coverage will include re-entry and a splashdown for the quartet of Crew 9. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we continue to bring you live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to an eventual splashdown off the Gulf Coast of America and coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. The quartet of Crew 9, consisting of Commander Nick Hague, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov would depart the International Space Station, completing their long-duration stay aboard the orbiting laboratory in the early morning hours at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and would execute a series of burns to undock and depart to put the Dragon Freedom spacecraft on the proper trajectory to begin their deorbit and departure away from the International Space Station, and in the right trajectory to bring them home. The anticipated splashdown time of Crew 9, 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. For the Crew 9 team is a part of the Expedition 72 team aboard the International Space Station for Nick Hague, alongside with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, all three NASA astronauts, and all three of them will be completing their third flights. For Hague, 171 days in space for him after launching to the International Space Station back in late September, and for his career, 374 days in space. For Sonny Williams, her third flight will culminate now in a career number of 608 days, and she would perform 2 EVAs while aboard the station and a part of Expedition 72, and now has 9 EVAs for her career, with her time...
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, Freedom. Our crew ready for the deorbit day PMC.
Affirmative.
SpaceX copies. I'll be privatizing Dragon to ground, and the next call you hear will be from Flight Surgeon.
And those conversations you just heard from the core team in Hawthorne, California, the SpaceX headquarters, tracking the progress of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 team. And on the other side, you heard the commander, Nick Hague, relaying down to the team here on Earth as they continue deorbit preparations. Crew 9 awoke not too long ago, only about an hour and a half ago, and that's when they would begin the morning prep session for deorbit, and they would perform inventory checks, fluid loading checks, and now checking in with the team further at the core in SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We will continue with our mission audio coverage of the return of Crew 9 and their anticipated splashdown time, again at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. We will transition from audio only to NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as on social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Dragon SpaceX. Dragon to ground is no longer private.
Copy all. Thank you.
Freedom SpaceX, just a reminder, we are 5 minutes away from a 30-minute expected LOS.
Copy. Upcoming 30-minute LOS. We'll catch you on the other side.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they make their way through a phasing period en route to a splashdown off the Gulf of America and the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. For the Crew 9 team, you just heard moments ago the radio down from the communications team at the core at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, and anticipated LOS, or loss of signal, for about 30 minutes, and we anticipate hearing back from the crew at roughly 11:10 Central Time, 11:10 a.m. Central Time. That Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft consists of Commander Nick Hague, a NASA astronaut completing his third flight and second to the International Space Station, alongside with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, also both of them completing their third flights, and first-time flyer and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronaut and cosmonauts would undock from the International Space Station, completing a long-duration stay above the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, and are currently undergoing a 17-hour phasing period that'll lead up to the eventual splashdown, with the approximate time of 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. After undocking and backing away from the International Space Station, after a sequence, they would execute a sequence of undocking burns and departure burns, and the next major milestone for the Dragon Freedom spacecraft is the prop waste burn that'll occur about 4 hours and 20 plus minutes from now, and that is to allow for the spacecraft to shed itself of any excess propellant and mass to prepare itself for the deorbit burn, which will follow shortly thereafter. And after the deorbit burn, the Dragon will close its nose cone and prepare itself for the deorbit procedures and eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue to provide audio updates throughout this journey for Crew 9 as they make their way back home to Earth, and we will begin NASA Plus coverage, or pick back up NASA Plus coverage, later on this afternoon, and the agency's website as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern, and that coverage to begin re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston with live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 return as they make their way through a phasing period after undocking from the International Space Station and their eventual splashdown off the coast of Florida just outside of Tallahassee. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams here on the ground and in Hawthorne, California continue to monitor the space station as well as the journey of the Crew 9 team and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. Right now, with about 10 minutes left and an anticipated loss of signal between the core team in Hawthorne, California, the headquarters for SpaceX, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE, the communications team, relaying that up to the Crew 9 crew about 20 minutes ago, an anticipated return of communication around 10 minutes from now. The Crew 9 team aboard the Dragon SpaceX Freedom spacecraft are NASA astronaut and commander of Crew 9, Nick Hague, along with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The quartet of astronauts and cosmonaut would undock from the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, pushing back from the zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station, backing away through a sequence of undocking burns and then executing also a sequence of departure burns to put the spacecraft in the proper trajectory to begin the deorbit process. This Crew 9 team would back away from the International Space Station after a handover period with Crew 10, who recently arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend and would dock on March 15th. They are just 3+ days into their duration aboard the orbiting laboratory, and that crew, led by Ann McClain, the commander, along with Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, Takuya Onishi of JAXA, and Kirill Peskov. They would join then what was a pretty busy group on station, also including the Soyuz MS-26 team with NASA astronaut Don Pettit, the commander of Expedition 72, Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, and Ivan Wagner, also of Roscosmos. Focusing on Crew 9 for Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams. For Hague, he would launch along with Gorbanov on the SpaceX Freedom Dragon spacecraft back in late September 28th, and would dock a day later, and upon splashdown this afternoon will complete a mission duration of 171 days, traveling the Earth and orbiting the Earth 2,736 times and accumulating over 72 million statute miles, and that will complete their 6-month duration. For Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, they launched back in June and will complete a 9.5-month stay. They would launch back on June 5th on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft, and upon splashdown this afternoon will complete 286 days in outer space and 4,576 orbits of Earth and over 121 million statute miles. While aboard the International Space Station during their duration, the Crew 9 team would perform over 900 hours and 150 unique science experiments before departing the laboratory earlier this morning. For Hague, Williams, and Wilmore, all three completing their 3rd space flights. For Butch Wilmore, 464 days will be his new career total upon splashdown. He would participate in 1 EVA, that was US EVA 92 in the middle of January, and has 5 for his career. For Sonny Williams, she would participate in 2 EVAs, US EVA 91 and 92, and that was on January 16th and January 30th, to put her career total now to 9 EVAs for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most by a woman. For Nick Hague, his 3rd flight and 2nd mission to the International Space Station will bring his career totals to 374 days. He also would participate in an EVA alongside with Williams, EVA 91 on January 16th. And for Hague, that brings now up to 4 EVAs for his career, totaling 25 hours and 56 minutes. And for Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, he is wrapping up his very first flight to the International Space Station and will have a career total of 171 days upon splashdown. Upcoming milestones for the Dragon crew and Crew 9 will be the prop waste burn. That'll be a little more than 4 hours from now, and that is where the Dragon spacecraft will dispense and rid itself of unnecessary propellant and put itself in the proper mass for the eventual deorbit burn, which will be a little more than 5 hours from now, 5 hours and 7 minutes. And that'll set things up for a splashdown time of approximately 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that will be in the Gulf of America off the coast of Florida, just outside of Tallahassee. We will continue with our mission audio coverage and provide regular updates throughout the process on the agency's website as well as the social media channels, and we will return live to NASA Plus for the full production at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston.